Right, here we go. Welcome back to the channel and to another stream. And here we are then. It's that time of the month once again for yet another 200 lap event. And this month we're going to be doing Dragon Trail Seaside. So today, Dragon Trail Seaside for 200 laps. We'll see how we do today in what should be, as always is the case with these kind of races, another action-packed fun day. Or 5-6 hours or so that lay ahead of us. A bit of a misty, murky morning, as you can see on Dragon Trail Seaside. Very much the case. I think it's a bit murky outside as well in real life. So the conditions are pretty much as they are. Quite cold as well. Today, 10 degrees so far. So we'll warm up as we go. But to be honest, very, very interesting news then, coming off the stream on Wednesday. There I was on YouTube on Wednesday night, seeing a bit of a post about something called Spec 3. It's a bit like, what's all this about then? And then I saw another post on Spec 3, and I thought, oh, okay, this could be quite serious. And then I saw another post on Spec 3, and I thought, well, this Spec 3 must be, it must be real if I've seen 3 posts about it. And then, yeah, I went on to, well, a bit more digging, and there it was, GT7 Spec 3 for December. Very exciting for GT7. We'll see how it goes when we get Spec 3 then in December. But looking at it so far, I'd say it looks rather good. To say the least, Spec 3. We've got 2 new tracks, 8 new cars, 1 or 2 other bits that are coming as well. So yeah, GT7 is definitely going to be pretty good, I think. Right, a couple of minutes and we will start today's race. Yeah, estimated, I'm going to say 5 and 3/4 for this one today. I've had a couple of tests of it. So yeah, about 5 and 3/4, 6 hours. For this one today on Dragon Trail Seaside in the Nismo. I thought we'd go Nismo. Not run the Nismo for a while on one of these races, so we'll go Nismo and see how we get on. All the settings from before, all the same. So 2 times fuel, 3 times tire, etc, etc. It's all there. And we'll see today whether or not the Sophy AI are going to have their way. I'm not sure what happened on the last race, to be honest. But somehow the Sophy AI cheated the race, I think, on the final round of pit stops to win the race. So we'll see how we go today. Run the race exactly the same as we normally do. So we'll start the race on mediums. And we'll just keep going and see if Sophy are going to have their way with us today. Whether or not that thing then, a chicane of death, is going to have its way with us today. Probably will do at some point. Right, it's 9:30. Have a quick sip of my drink and we'll get started. Right then, Sophy AI. Last time you beat me. And that's why I've got a poll before we get started. We've got... can the Sophy AI beat us today after what happened at Road Atlanta? Hope we can, but we'll always see how we get on. Right, 9:30, ready, steady, go. See how we get on today against the Sophy. Right, long race ahead of us then. Right, 23 laps, that's pretty good. So we'll settle in first stint of the race. Try and get somewhere near the front if we can. Oh, we've got a VGT, they're pretty quick, VGTs. Subaru, BMW, that's a Castrol Supra there. Right, lap 4, 196 laps to go. Right, top 3 then. Oh, the Sophy AI. That's the way it's going to be, is it? Alright, okay, fair enough then. I'll get my elbows out then on that one. That was ridiculous. Come on, Sophy. Come on now. Well, you're doing that on lap 4 of a 200 lap race. I really don't know what to say, really. I really don't. Hello, mate. Welcome into the stream. Back to tuning in. Hope all is well. So we get absolutely punted out by Sophy on the 4th lap of the race. One of those, to say the least. Absolutely ruthless there from Sophy. No remorse whatsoever. Drops us right to the back of the pack. But we've got, well, 7 minutes of run time. Got like 5 hours to catch up. Right, let's probably work back up the order then. Should you start Gran Turismo videos? Don't know, it depends what you want to do. Beetle's going to send it, I reckon. Right, nearly back to where we started. Lap 7. I'll get out of the way. And you as well, Peugeot. Doing it again. It's going to be a tough race, I think, this one, the way Sophy are driving at the minute. Right, in theory, 15 laps gets to the front of the field. We can do it, but Sophy has started this race very, very aggressively. Have to push a bit in this one, I reckon, to get anything out of it. Right, get rid of this Mercedes. Oh, Mercedes. Should have really backed out of that, to be fair, the Sophy AI. Right, should be driven into the wall this time, coming down here. Quite catch the top two now. Tyres will go first, I think, before the fuel. Now, Mitsubishi, don't you even think about it. Seriously. You do not put me into barriers, please, if you can. Don't dive on me either. The right-hander down here either. If you can, please. Much appreciate it. You know what the race leaders, I think they're in a VGT of some sort. Alright, 1 second and we slow down left to get rid of. Oh, NSX, the lead Sophy car. Right, we'll say this side, knowing they don't tend to back out before corners, the Sophy, very much. Now we know for going forward. Well, that was close. tyres, about that 20 I reckon. Lap 20. First pit stop. So made tyres a bit on there. Not too bad, 5 laps of fuel, put about 15 in. Tyres can do about 20 laps. They're coming in as well. Well, that's the most chaotic start we've had so far on these 200s. Very chaotic. We are looking very worse for wear on the front of the Nismo, but we've still got a long, long way to go. But normally what tends to happen now is that one Sophy car will stay with you the whole time, and then the rest will just drop back, basically, for the rest of it. So they should start to spread around the track now, the Sophy AI. They also tend to set a ridiculous fastest lap as well. So that'll probably come in at some point. That'll be like 2 seconds quicker than my fastest lap or something like that. Right, second stint of the race. Got put in 20 laps of fuel. Oh, that was close. Very close. Hello, Robert. Welcome into the stream. Thanks for tuning in. Hope all is well. Keep the pace. Yeah, thanks, Robert. Have to keep pushing. Long, long way to go, though. And I do hope the Sophy are not going to do what they did on road. I'm sure they skipped a pit stop in the last race that we did of these. Unless they just pitted and we didn't realise they'd done it at the time. I'll have to keep, well, I'll have to move myself to the front for the next one if we're just going to get absolutely battered around by Sophy as we move through the order. What car are we using? The Nissan, the GTR Nismo. Good car on this track, so I thought I'd use it on this one. If that's the NSX in front, if it is, with they've underfueled massively. And thanks Uncle Bru for subscribing to the channel, much appreciated. And welcome to the channel. Yeah, I don't know who that is in front. That's the Atenta, isn't it? I think. Has it got a supercharger? As far as I'm aware, no it doesn't. Not this car. Right, I'll go in pit lane, and yeah, the NSX is behind us then. Hello Sydney, welcome into the stream, thanks for tuning in, hope all is well. Lap 25 out of 200. Interesting how Sophy is now just totally, like, they're not even bothered now, they're just like 13 seconds behind us. About 20 minutes ago, they were smashing us off and all sorts. They'll be back. The Sophy will catch up. And hello One, welcome into the stream. Big massive thanks as well for the €10. Absolute hero. Massively appreciated. Hope all is well. Been here since the beginning. Lurking away with the Step family. Yeah, there was One. A big thanks again for the support. Absolute hero. Much appreciated. I should have done the poll. How many times did we crash into the chicane of death? 5, 10, 15 or 20 or more. I think so far we've gone into the barrier, I think, once on the exit. Which not too bad for 25 start at 26 laps. Hello Spuds, welcome into the stream. Thanks for tuning in. Hope all is well. Got it on PS4. There's the options on there for Sophy. Yeah, Sophy isn't on the PS4 version of the game. That's why you can only race the Sophy on PS5 on GT7. So 5, yeah, they'll probably just maintain the gap, I think, 4 or 5 seconds now. Car tends to lose a bit of traction in that last corner. Not too careful. Beginning to think that, yeah, the Sophy AI is not on the PS4 version of the game, only on PS5. Well, there you go. What did I say before about fastest lap? 35.6 from the Sophy AI. You can take that and keep it, to be quite honest. I'm not... my car's not physically fast enough to beat that. No way. Not having that. That's Sophy's all day long. Do you ever do the weekly challenges? Yeah, whenever I can. Because they're good, aren't they? Just to get credits and roulette tickets as well. Get a free car. But I know when it's like Sunday Cup in the weekly challenges, there's no PP limit on that race, is there? So I mean, like, I think I've done them this week, and the one on the Kyoto Miyabi Sunday Cup, I just got a Ferrari VGT, 2.5 minutes, the race was done. Put it on racing soft tyres for extra grip, and that was that. The fastest weekly challenge ever. Hello Buster, welcome into the stream, thanks for tuning in, hope all is well. So yeah, if you weren't too sure, weekly challenges, Sunday Cup, you can use quite literally any car in the game, including a Ferrari VGT, to do the Sunday Cup. I think that Sunday Cup is a bit broken, to be fair, but that's the way it is. Minutes flown by. Have we gone on the chicane yet? Kind of. We've hit the wall on the exit once. Sophie's taken us out twice in the first stint of the race. They pitted us on the corner before the chicane of death, the right-hander, bottom of the hill. And then just round here, two right-handers going down the hill. One of them thought it was a great idea to keep the foot in right up to the corner and basically push us on our rear end straight off into the barrier on this bit here. They thought they could take this corner on the outside. And then, yeah, they pushed us out into the barrier. Ignored one. Do you reckon the Group B one, a bit awkward. I used the Peugeot RCZ Group B rally car that I'd tuned up for World Touring Car at Le Mans. Yeah, Honda, you are not doing the chicane of death on the outside. Honda NSX, no. Although knowing the Sophy AI, it'll happen at some point. Died about 29 times by now. We'll crash there at some point. It's just a matter of when. Or this NSX is going to put us in a really compromising position at the start of the complex of the corners. And we will crash into the chicane of death. It's coming at some point. Right, 30 laps in. Sophy can, well, they can keep that 35.6. Like I say, my car isn't physically quick enough to beat it. And I'm not physically quick enough anyway to beat it myself. That was close on my screen. I've got a few close calls on there now. Right, on target strategy-wise, 10 laps of fuel. The pace isn't too bad currently with that.
All the NSX is still following us, aren't they? I think they will be for a long time yet. Just careful through chicane of death on tyre where it's very sketchy, can be.
At least Sophie, they are backing out before the chicane of death. And, well, they have done most of it so far. Just when on lap 150 they don't, and they decide that they're going to send it through the chicane of death. But we should near enough make it to lap 40 on the strategy. Although the tyres do go a little bit back end of the stint though. Don't want Sophie to have any opportunity whatsoever. Right, Honda's pitting. We're just about to get to lap 40. Yeah, just about. Oh, second pit stop. We're about an hour in. Oh, the race seems to have settled down a bit now, hasn't it? It's not as hectic as it was in the first stint. We can just carry it on from here then and see what happens. We've still got the majority that think we can beat the Sophy AI today. I say so far, it's not looking too bad right now, but again, there's 140, 160 laps still to run, so anything can happen, and it probably will as we go through an hour and 9 minutes of run time. Well, that was close. Very close call with a chicane there at the start of the third stint. That's the NSX that we're racing against at the minute. But I think on Trial Mountain, the lead Sophy AI car changed about 4 times. I think it was Audi, Ferrari, then there was a McLaren at one point as well. Subaru was in there as well. It's the Honda for now in this one. Right, the Ford needs to pit, so we are in the net race lead now, I think. The fault's just, yeah, the fault's just blocked the Honda going in the pit lane. That's going to cost them a small amount of time. And pace is alright. 1 minute 40. Drops off to, what is it, 41's back end of the stint. We're still playing. We are indeed. 200 laps. It's going to be... Oh, what are we on now? An hour and 18 minutes. So... I think just short of 6 hours to do this race. Well, Trial Mountain, that one was about 6.5, I think. When we did Trial Mountain 200 back in June. think Watkins Glen pushed it. It was about 6 hours in that as well, Watkins Glen. Was a bit wide. Luckily, Honda was where they were on the track behind us. That could have been an accident. See that one coming. Oh, okay, I'll give it to them a little bit. They left a bit of space until there. They're not moving, they're holding the line. I'll let them have that as well. Good bit of racing. Let you take the corner. And then I'll have this one. Right, lap 50. So we'll say an hour and a half by the time this lap's finished. An hour and a half times 4. 3, 4.5. That's 6 hours. I think some of the other tracks, they're going to take quite a while to do. When we get round to doing them. Although I think next month's race, if we do next month's race with what I've got planned, that one could take. That could be the longest one yet. One next month. One hour 26, so 2:52. Not too bad of pace. About 2 hours 50 for 100 laps. Not bad. Yeah, fuel's on target. Don't need to fuel save, I don't think. Right, an hour and a half exactly for 52 laps. Pretty good. Now, officially, over 1/4 into the race. A little bit on there. Not paying attention to my throttle input on that one. Or NSX. Happy, smiley Honda NSX now that you've gone through to the race lead. I have to tell you, not for long, I'm afraid. As much as Sophie's learning what I'm doing, I'm learning what Sophie's doing as well. It works both ways when you race Sophie AI. In that case, I'll nip back through. Very gently cover it off down here. Not like the Mercedes behind me. Well, this is it, Honda. I can do what I want. So, yeah, you're not happy with me, then you're not happy with me. That's it. That's the way it is. I want to drive right behind you. I can do that. So there you go. Welcome back, one. Hope all is well. A bit of a disagreement with the source with the Honda. This is it, Honda. You live life at your own free will. Just goes to show that one little mistake and let Sophie AI right back into it. And it takes like another 10 laps just to build it back up again rhythm-wise, to then maintain that 1.5 second gap at the most again to keep the Sophie behind you. Right, seems to have stabilised a little bit now. 50, 55, 7/10. The chicane barriers are magnetic, you'd dial on each lap. I think I hit the barrier, I think, once coming out of the chicane. But Sophie has got quite close on 1 or 2 occasions to trying to run it around the outside, basically, of the chicane of death. And if they do that on, say, lap 175, we might have a very small problem on our hands at the very least. But they tend to back out of it, though, which is so far working very good in our favour. Not really close on that one, Honda. Right, 5.8 on fuel. I'm going to say 6 laps. We'll have to see what time of the month this new Spec 3 is going to drop, as it could, well, very much influence what December's 200 lap race is going to be. I don't know about anyone else, but I think that the from what we know so far, if you've seen what's been posted about the new Spec 3 update, it looks very good. For GT7 at least, it looks pretty good. The two new tracks are tracks that I know very well from other titles. And we'll see if on one of the new tracks in particular, we'll get all the layouts with it as well. That'll be epic if we do. I think one of the new tracks has got at least 4 different layouts on it. At least 3. Right, lap 57. But yeah, I'd say that looking at it now, so we had an update on Wednesday this week. I would say, given the size of Spec 3, that will be probably the next update. So, no update, I would say, for next month or November. But I think Spec 3 is going to make up for it a bit, having no updates for 2 months. Now we should just about get to pit stop. Lap number 60. Hello Ali, welcome into the stream, thanks for tuning in, hope all is well. Racing early, we are indeed, this month's 200 lap race on the channel. And tend to run them early, well, start early in the morning, as they can take quite a while to do. Make sure that Honda isn't going to dive bomb us on this corner. They've gone in. What tends to happen, they pit a bit earlier than us. That'll take a fair bit to do. It will do. They're good fun though. They're different. It's part of the challenge. Mixes up the streams a little bit, a bit of variety. But yeah, one a month, because don't really have the time to do one every. Well, I could do, in theory, one every weekend, but space them out a bit, one a month. You've got the snacks, yes, indeed. You've got the snacks on hand. Right, so another 10 laps complete. Well, not quite. Will be in about a minute and 40 time. Mediums. Right, the next stop is in. Right, quick refuel. Works out rather well, 20 lap stints. Yeah, Honda, you will be happy. You're back in the lead, but not for very long. I'm going to chase you down and take the lead back. Get through the chicane, hold tyres. Bumpy curbs as well. There we go. Supposed to get very bad wind and rain today, but nothing yet. So on this end, just very, well, what it is on the game now, to be fair, just very cloudy, very murky outside. Not much really going on at the minute, weather-wise over here. Just like 11 degrees, quite cold outside. As long as it isn't raining in on this weekend in about 3 weeks' time, I'll be happy if it isn't raining. Dortmund plan finished. I think near enough. It's near enough done. Everything is all sorted out and everything. I know where we're going, what we're going to be doing. I think just like train tickets, but buy those when we get there. I did last year to go to Dortmund. Make sure crucially my passport's in date. I'm pretty sure it is. So no problems getting there. Just get in this corner. Right, NSX 3.2 seconds in front. Not for longer than that on my watch, I'm afraid. Hello Rachel, welcome to the stream, thanks for tuning in, hope all is well. Joining us on Dragon Trail Seaside 200. Keep a tight line through there because the Honda's going to come back at us. Right, job done for now. Love this track. Yeah, good track into it, Rachel. Dragon Trail. But we had a right start to this race with Sophy AI. We got taken out, I think, on lap 4, and then Sophy took us out again about another 4 laps later. It took a while for us to get going, but now we are. It's not been too bad. But it was pretty rough in the beginning. Don't crash into the chicane of death. 1 minute 35. Ridiculous. Ridiculous, Sophy AI. If I retired the car now, went into tuning shop and fully upgraded it as much as I could, came back in, I still would do 35.5. Just stupidly quick for a Group 3 car around here. Oh, that's close. That reminds me about the expo. I need to find the email that's got the ticket on it, because for some reason it goes into your junk folder. I need to find it and then get the ticket downloaded. Otherwise, I'll have to buy a new one when I get there on the day. Put it on the to-do list. Well, that was close again. That's two close calls there, back to back. Got to go. Yeah, thanks for tuning in, Ali. Much appreciated. Thanks to GLs as well. Maybe catch you a bit later on if Kev's about streaming again. See if we can pop in again. Bit better that time. Oh yes, live karaoke. courtesy of Kev, live at 9 PM every Saturday. I've got some more songs somewhere that have come up. The trouble is, though, is that none of them have music videos. They're not really videos that you can... they're not really reaction videos. It's like staring at a picture whilst the song plays in the background. That was close on my... I don't know what it looked like on the stream, but I was nearly taking my hands off the wheel then and saying game over. That was very, very close on my monitor just then. Can still work, possibly. Yeah, possibly can do. Get one that's got a good background on it. No, I've been going for nearly 2 hours already. It's flown by these first 2 hours of this race. That was close again. It's becoming the norm of the stream now. Getting close on a chicane of death. Yeah, 2 hours in, 70 laps. So, are we going to go for it then? 200 laps of Nürburgring with Rory Super GT and Sparks. It's definitely one of those. It's a very unique race, that Nürburgring for 200 laps. Because it's not just the Nürburgring, is it? It's the Grand Prix circuit as well. It's the two of them put together. So, yeah, I mean, that race is just, it's a whole other level, that race. I mean, I've never known of a race like it ever. I mean, what is it, like 27, 8, 30 hours on average to do it. And that's if you're fast. So, I think possibly, maybe one day, but we're talking like years away from that. Yeah, very long time. think I would need at least another, well, I'll need to 200 lap most of the tracks in the game. It's just like training for going on green health 200. Got a audio issue. Game, why have you done that? I'll be well, ever so slightly out of sync with the audio. It's quite annoying. That's not too bad, just the gear changing isn't quite syncing with the headset. I have to look at it at the pit stop. Not bad to 207. It's a bit foggy around Dragon Trail at the minute. Well, I'm kind of getting used now to knowing when to gear shift. Just based on listening to it now. It's not to say it's not quite in sync with the game at the minute. And we've gone into the pit lane. Got 2 laps before our pit stop comes in. It's just mainly the final corner when the car starts to skid in second gear and getting that short shift to third on time. Apart from that, it's not bad. We are managing it. A little bit on there. And that was more a driving error as opposed to an audio mistake. Right, it's lap 80, fuel is pretty spot on. get into the pit lane. Let's try this. I'll have to try and look into it as we go through. Let's keep going for now. Can still manage with it for now. Right, so what was thinking, 86% still think we can beat Sophy AI. I think at the minute it's close with the Honda NSX, it is close with what's happening so far. 40% done, yeah, thanks One, thanks Rachel as well. The gear changing isn't quite in sync with my headset, but we are, it's almost in sync. Sometimes the audio in the headset, it crackles and basically it drops out of sync with OBS and the game so like short shifting and trying to feel the power and stuff like that. I have to listen to the car's acceleration to do it. Look at the screen and see, right, if it's blipping on the screen like there, change gear and it should go in. Yeah, here we are, 40% of the way through this race now. It's like a whole new world compared to how it was. And those first 10 laps were just, they were just insane. For a 200 lap race, they were just insane, those first 10 laps. Right, 8.5 in front. That's close. Oh, not too bad. 139 was still, what, 4 seconds slower than the Sophy AI, but we'll take it. Right, it's back in front. Should back at chicane of death. But Barbier is definitely using those. I think they have. I really do. That lap time is insane at 1:35.5. I mean, that is 4.3 seconds quicker than my fastest lap, 1:39.5. 0.973. I don't know what car bar BA is in. Well, that lap time was... I mean, BAP's on as well, so all the cars should be running roughly the same pace, but it seems to be always one of them sets a stupidly fast lap in these Sophy races. For some reason. I think that and wet weather for Sophy AI in a future update, but who knows? It said more to follow on the Spec 3 post on GranTurismo.com. Sophy update? Possibly. Let's see what we're going to do with it. To see what the more to follow is going to entail. I think there's 4 cars that we know about. There's 4 cars we currently don't know about. The next question is how big is the update going to be on the day? So how long is it going to take to download onto your console on the day? Looking at what's in it, what we know is in it at the minute, I'm going to say probably a very good 30 minutes at least to get Spec 3 downloaded on the day. It won't be a quick one. It won't be a quick download, definitely. Put up to the back markers. 1 or 2 back markers going through there. I know that ETS2 have just released their new update in 1.56 now, which means that all the maps have to be downloaded again to get the right version of the game. I think I'm going to wait a bit longer, given that my map combo for ETS2 takes about 3 hours to build, and that's if you quit doing it. So I think what I normally do is that I tend to wait until there's like a groundbreaking update and then upgrade. We'll see what the if the coach's DLC says you have to be on that version, we might update it then, but again it's going to take nearly all day to do it, to get all the maps downloaded and put in. Too bad. getting the hang of that corner with ever so slightly out of sync gear changes. Now this is another thing about Sophy AI. Sophy AI doesn't realise what blue flags mean. These two Peugeots will race us very hard right the way from here. They're not going to move over. Oh, the Honda's coming back through. Mr. Bear and the Honda. Corner. Yes, Peugeots, you are a lap behind. You should be moving over, really, and letting me through as the race leader. Yeah, that's what you should be doing. But you're not, are you? Peugeot says no. Peugeot says, I'm going to block you, mate, and chicane there. Yeah, go on then. You can block the Honda. Do that. Just don't block me. Look at that, was in. First corner. On the Honda as well. Yeah, let that one go. That one's go that way. Right, don't hit me on this corner. Peugeots. I have to say it, you've both been very unreasonable, to be perfectly honest. This is not how it works. Blue flags, move over. You are being lapped by the race leader. I'll say it until I'm blue in the face near enough, if I have to. Don't you do that bit that the Mercedes did on the first lap. I want to try and stick to the strat as close as I can, but these two Peugeots are currently holding us up a little bit. Well, the thing is though, the Honda's still with us though, so the race is still going to plan. Outside. Can't believe we're doing this, but we're defending against backmarkers. This doesn't happen. This is not supposed to happen in normal racing. You don't see this. Back in the 1990s, Michael Schumacher defending against Luca Badoer in the Minardi. Because Badoer has decided to launch it down the inside of the Ferrari when he got lapped. You just wouldn't see it, would you? It wouldn't happen. Right, hold up the Honda a little bit. Don't you dare. Looking at that, I was really looking at that there in the front view, sorry, rear view mirror. Right, as long as I don't get back past us again, we might be alright to carry on the plan A. Fuel's pretty good. Gets what? It's not. Honda's gone in again. Always put about 2 laps before us, the NSX. It's 2 flipping Peugeots, honestly. How'd you get so quick down there? How? I know you're a BGT, but honestly. Returning to there on the racing line, we're going out. We're going off, and the Peugeots won't care one bit. That's the problem with it. They'll just carry on driving off. Despite being a lap down. Oh, where's the team radio so I can complain about these Peugeots? I mean, have they got rocket fuel or something? I don't know how they've got so far in front. Right, lap 99. laps, coming this lap, so time's pretty much done. Like the look of it. Yeah, copy one, box, this lap, box. New set of tyres. Into the pit lane. Next pit stop. Oh, go. Big thanks for tuning in. Hopefully you enjoyed the race so far. If you're new to the channel, do feel free to like and subscribe. And again, big thanks for popping in for today's 200 on Dragon Trail Seaside. Bit of a chaotic start, but it's alright now. It's settled down, settled in. Another 20 laps of fuel and we'll carry on. Oh, that's 20.7, I think that'll be enough. We're still on for beating the Sophy AI in the pole. So far, it's not bad, but these Sophy races can change very quickly, as we found out Road Atlanta last month. The next month is in the plan, in the pipeline. Next month's 200, and I think November's is also pretty much ready as well. We'll have to see what December's is going to be. I think that one's going to hinge on what time of the month we're going to get Spec 3 released to us. you don't, Peugeot. Not doing that again, although you're gonna probably just, yeah, you're gonna take me back on the straight, aren't you? Looks like it. Right, so we're back with the Honda. I'm very surprised for some reason. Close on that one. Now the Honda's going to crash at the chicane there. Every point. Laps. Fuel 16, so 122. Got to pop on. Yeah, no worries, Rachel. Big thanks for tuning in. Much appreciated. I'll no doubt see you again very soon. That Honda's going to be with us all the way to the finish line. Oh, 3 hours in. We've got less than 3 hours to go now. 39. I've got 39. I didn't even notice that. 39.5 fastest lap, not too bad. We're not quite at Barbier's level, but we're not going to be. That's the reality of that one. Barbier has got the fastest lap. Guaranteed, without fail. No doubt in that one at all. Right, 90, well, 91. There enough, 90 laps to go. McLaren's going to be quick as well. The struggle to get past them. was up a bit there, the McLaren. Right, get past him now. Right, don't send it, McLaren. Not down here. Right, block the Honda a tiny bit. That's it, into the chicane there. Get a bit of a gap. Fuel's still good. Yeah, go through the chicane of death, but it's tyre wear now. And the Sophy AI are not going to crash there at all, so if we do, got a bit of an issue. Oh, Honda, you're not sending it through that. slightly down the rear end. Honda's going to pit, I think, 2 laps from now. Tyres are getting a little bit worn at this stage. It's mighty, but that's the closest one we've had yet. That was close on my monitor. 3 hours 21, that was the closest we've had yet on the chicane there. That was remain calm in the moment and carry on. Well, that was the closest yet. First couple of corners. That was close as well. Caught up the curb. It's McLaren. I think the Honda's pitted, that's why they've dropped. Yeah, they're in the pits now. Oh, McLaren. Oh, a big thanks to Corey for subscribing to the channel, much appreciated, and welcome to the channel. Dragon Trail Seaside 200. Pit stop incoming, 2 laps, and if 120 will be in for our next scheduled pit stop. Just don't kill ourselves on chicane of death, done really well so far. 3 hours, 3.5 hours nearly of not hitting the chicane of death, except I think it was the first hour we hit the wall a bit on the exit. And that's it so far. Try and keep it up if we can. That corner, go through. 17th place. Right, Honda is 5th, I believe. So we'll come out behind them somewhere. And we pit end of this lap. Hello Mick Goes Racing, welcome to the stream, thanks for tuning in, hope all is well. The fatigue, not too bad at the minute. I've done a few of these 200s now, and I think you learn to, your body learns to adapt the more that you do them. I know the first one that I did, that was, I think last Christmas, New Year, that one, by this point I was feeling a lot of like fatigue, but whereas now it's not too bad. I've done a few of them, like I say, at this point, so it's pretty good so far. There's always going to be a grey area of not really much going on, like lap 1. Oh, there you go, number 2 number 2 into the wall on the chicane of death. But yeah, there's a bit of a grey area, like lap 150, 180ish, when there's not really a huge amount going on. Just the case of turning the laps. That's a good track record though so far. 3 hours 26 minutes, and the chicane of death exit has been hit only twice in 120 laps. Look, we on constantly. That. Obviously, time to go. Hold tight that corner. Gotta do some 200 lappers. Might start off small. Yeah, so you want to do, yeah, so like 50 laps, 100 laps, build up to it, or do tracks that are not. I wouldn't recommend like Spa for your first ever 200, I mean, or like Le Mans for your first ever 200. A track you can do, a track you can know, a track that's manageable, I'd say, for any kind of long race, long endurance race really, especially a 200. So yeah, don't pick Spa if you're new to the 200s. But that one can take a very long time to do. Love the livery, thanks Mick, appreciate it. The channel livery. "100 laps on Mount Panorama." GG's on that one. Very nice. 100 laps on Mount Panorama. Yeah, I'd say if you can do that, you could probably do a 200 on a track that you know relatively well. Right, Jag, I'm out in that. We're at less than 80 laps, 3:30 on the timer. So the Honda is P2 at the minute. Let's see what these two are going to do. Mitsubishi's let them have it for now, but they're going to go back through. They're going to try it. No, they're not. We'll sit in the middle and chicane to death. They still do a good channel livery. Yeah, my livery was made, I think, by Noodle. If you've heard of Noodle, who makes liveries for GT7 in the community. Had a bit of a livery refresh last year. A few challenges you want to do as well. Yeah, Sophy AI, it makes the races more interesting, but they are very aggressive, the Sophy AI. I mean, they took me off twice in the first 10 laps of this race, and I was like right at the back. I had to come right back through, but once the race settles down, it is good. You'll tend to have one that will always stick with you no matter what. So in this race, it's the Honda there in first place. Come on, Mercedes, we're on different strat. And that Honda's getting away. But the Sophy AI, they will always use hard tyres. Never use anything else, and they also can't race in wet weather either. So, what are two downsides to it? So you can't do dynamic weather with Sophy AI. Oh, and obviously if you've got a only on PS5 as well, Sophy AI. McLaren. That was 5 seconds. see that through there. Back will take it 39.5. The AI is aggressive, yeah, very quick as well. Sophy. "50 laps at Mount Panorama in the Super Formulas." They had a 20-second lead, and then the 5 second in a that is rapid. 5 seconds in one lap. I suppose it can happen though. Like the backmarkers in this race as well, they're as fast as the leaders, and they don't know what blue flags mean either. That's another Sophy AI thing at the minute that PD could maybe do in the future. Update Sophy AI a bit. I'm going to catch it. Right, let's take the line from the corner then. Send it. Yours, well, you're gonna have to, yeah. $330 breezing through this at the minute. Time is flying by when we do these 200s. That's it, blue flags, the top of the agenda for Sophy AI in the future. You got the two Peugeot VGTs in this race earlier that we were racing, and they were racing hard, and it was like you were lap down, and it's a bit like Lewis Hamilton. Lewis Hamilton getting in prime Mercedes lapping a Manor in 2016, whatever it is, and there you go. Pascal Wehrlein's just casually sending it down the inside of Hamilton again into turn one. Lewis defending like crazy from a back marker. Hello, top old man, welcome to the stream. Back to tuning in aboard as well. You're insane. Appreciate it. Benji's done 200 laps of Nürburgring. He did 29 for them tonight, and that took 3 hours. Well, GG's to your friend for doing the Nürburgring. Is that the so 29 laps in 3 hours? Guessing that's the Nordschleife then, isn't it? So, oh, NSX. Oh, you just drive off as well, like nothing's ever happened. You just drive off, nothing's ever happened. Of course you do. Well, fine then. Catch you back up. Nothing else we can do. Right, super. Get out of it. That NSX is going to get it now. That's it. That's the third time in this race that Sophy AI's taken me out. Really, you've done all that, Honda, to get a 7.6 second lead that will just disappear like in 3 or 4 laps as long as I just keep driving at the same pace. So you've not... Yes, you have gained something in the short term, but in the long term, not really. Well, McLaren. But yeah, I mean, at the minute, Nürburgring for 200, whether it's the so it's the Nordschleife and the Grand Prix, isn't it? Both of them put together. That is the big race on GT7. And yeah, 30 hours. I can't imagine doing that at the minute. I'll have to do at least like another 15 200 lap races just to like train for just to train like the willpower to sit there for 30 hours. 30 hours on the Nürburgring. And race it on normal AI as well to get dynamic weather, so it rains in the middle of the night, heavy rain, and you're not really with it at like 3 AM. Well, catching the Honda back up. Oh, okay, see that. Look at the batteries. Going to last to the end. Oh, no worries if it doesn't. No worries. I charged my phone last night. I think it was about 8 o'clock. I took it off charge at 100%. And this morning it was on about 55% battery. But then again, I didn't watch TV last night. I was on my phone for pretty much all evening. But it was on like it was on like 70 when I went to bed, and it was on like 55 when I got up. It was like, this is gonna have to seriously get a new battery for my phone at some point. 200 laps. Yeah, thanks to Bob, man. Appreciate it. I've done a few of these now, 200 lap races. But I don't quite think I'm up to Nürburgring standard just yet. I think, I don't know, about another year or so of these, we might be starting to make way towards it a teeny tiny bit. That's mine. Oh, two wheels. Close to my screen. But it pulls the gap from the car to car, and that's the thing about doing that on the chicane of death, bit of commitment. Off to bed. Yep, no worries, top old man. Big thanks for tuning in from New Zealand. Well, big thanks for tuning in. Much appreciated. And we shall, no doubt, see you again very soon. Good luck that one for, yeah, 128 was when we got taken out by the Honda. well, 6 laps. You all a bit of a carryover to the next stint. Right, Subaru, you're a lap behind, but you know what you're going to do, how this is going to work. Right, Honda's in. Try and get to 140 if we can. Right, so last lap and we'll pit again. About 60 laps to go at Dragon Trail Seaside. Getting there. 4 hours in. Oh, Ferrari. Ferrari, well, I'm going in pit lane. Sorry, I'm going to have to push my way in. And I think for the Ferrari, was that really worth doing? I don't think it was, but that's just me. You're going to push through like that just to get in front of me going into the pit lane. Dear me. Oh, Ferrari. Right, 140. A very modest 13 degrees outside. Let's get to 20. You go. Keep the pace. Yeah, thanks, one. Tyres coming up first. Corner, just be careful. I think on Trout Mountain, I was taken out by a Sophy AI trying to enter the pit lane, and they blocked me and just basically ran me straight off the track on the just coming out the left-hander to get into the pit lane entrance. Right, so we are on at 141. All block protecting egg. Wasn't expecting that. Flying through the chicane of death. Oh, my car's going to get a bit after that one. Bit of damage. State of play with this damage. Open up the rears a little bit. I think Sophy AI can attribute to at least 90% of that damage on my car for this race. I've done some of it myself, but not all of it. there's the Honda, the one we're racing against. I'd say all the way to the end now. Alright, 16 laps. I had to let the Honda go there, I was going to spin out otherwise. Would have barged me out of the way again. I'm doing there? Bit unexpected. I wasn't expecting the Nissan just to pull up on the corner like that and then go in the pit lane. Back with ANSX again. Hello Yield, welcome into the stream. Back to tuning in. Hope all is well. NSX. Not quite. Going to do that on that corner every time. They're just going to run it in a bit more than us. Getting there nearly, very nearly 3/4 of the way through. I think there's still a lot that can happen in the final 50 for definite. Unless the NSX has a mechanical issue, but that's not going to happen with Sophy AI. Anything can happen. Just keep it going. Coming to the expo, I am indeed. I shall be there once again on the Saturday. It's 3 weeks away now. Ones that no, you don't. So yeah, this year hopefully it's not raining on the morning, and the train isn't as absolutely packed as it was last year. Open the doors at Dortmund, everyone falls out the train onto the blackboard. It's so busy. I suppose what is it? It's Dortmund main station, HBF. Very busy. Love to talk to you again. Yep, and you as well, Gil. When we get there, it'll be nice to see everyone again. And I think there's a few more that are going to be there as well this year. All the more exciting. Right, 3/4, 4:19 on the race time. We've got 50 laps to go. 51, 50 after the completion of this one. Stints 10.4, 1.4 on the thing, not too bad. I think just stick to the strat, I think. Just go on mediums. We can have it in 2 more pit stops. We know the Honda pits a bit earlier than us, but we do tend to catch and get them. Basically staying in front when it gets to end of lap 200. Going to a German restaurant and a Turkish one as well. That's my thing as well. Always find the places to eat. Find the places to get food. But, yeah, I'll see. I've not got the trains booked yet. I always book those at the very last minute. Just because it's easier to see what people are doing and where people are going to be. And train tickets are easy enough to book anyway. So they're not actually sorted yet, but they will be. Go on, Mazda, take out the Honda for me. I'll do that though. Yeah, because I fly back on Sunday lunchtime. So basically, as long as I'm at Cologne Terminal Sunday morning, I can do pretty much whatever. It doesn't really matter as long as I'm there for, say, well, 10 o'clock Sunday morning to check in to come back. So we can get back from Dortmund basically, like I say, as long as it is before Sunday morning. So yeah, I'll keep you in the loop what I'm going to be doing where I'm going to be. That 153. Oh, that's close. So I think we've had 3 scrapes into the water chicane there. We've had 3 takeouts by the Sophy AI. I bet this race has been the most brutal so far that we've had against the Sophy AI. There is still at least an hour and a half, I think, of racing to go. Anything can happen, and it most likely will. So, train station. I think Dortmund train station is actually quite a good place to meet. Dortmund train station. It's right in the middle, pretty much, of Dortmund, the HBF station. And because I did it last year, so from the expo, or to the expo, I think it took me about 20 minutes to get to the expo. You just literally go out the station, turn left, walk up the street, turn left again, cross over end of the road, and just walk straight down the road, basically. And then eventually you'll start to see Borussia Dortmund's football stadium. Walk over the footbridge, over the bypass, the ring road as they call them over here, and that's it. You're there. You're at the building. You're pretty much right at the front doors to go in. But now I know where it is. But this year we'll get there quicker if all goes well. Got some dad duties. Yep, there was Jill. Big thanks for tuning in. And do enjoy dad duties. And, well, if we don't catch you in a stream at some point, we'll very, very likely catch you in Dortmund very, very soon. Right, Honda's in 156. We've got 2 more pit stops to do in the race as things stand. Like 4 laps of fuel in the tank. These are, yeah, second and third. Right, it's pit stop time. Get it done. How much fuel? 15. About 20 laps again, I reckon. Might be a bit over something there. Bank a bit maybe for the next, well, the last stint. Yeah, 22. So that 161, again, it's kind of like mile 18 to 20 in a marathon. It's a little bit, there's not really a huge amount going on, not really a huge amount you can do. It's just a case of keeping it going, keep the wheels turning. It's about 18.6 miles, 30k. That's kind of where it starts to get a bit like, well, we've still got however much left to do. The questions aren't quite coming just yet, but they will do at some point. So have the answers to the questions to carry on going. But I think really, I don't know, I mean, Nürburgring 200 laps. There's gonna be some questions on that one, I reckon, that we're going to have the answers for after, what, 24 hours? I can't imagine it, 24 hours or so behind the wheel, and still like 8 hours to go to finish the Nürburgring. Go this way because you're going to block that inside, aren't you, Hurricane? No, now Sophy works by now after, what, 4 hours 39 minutes of racing them. Looks as though we are still on the majority who think we can beat the Sophy AI today. One or two that don't think we can. So we'll see how it plays out. Lap 162, 163. We ever so slightly overfueled the car at the last pit stop. was close. That was really, really close. Sophy, 5 seconds, I think he said. Yeah, 5 seconds. Oh, get in there. Go on that curb. They tend to throw you off if you're not careful. Oh. Yeah, that was kind of a tap into the wall. Ever so slightly. Lap 170, 30 to go once it's completed. 4:52 on the clock. Right, it's 30 laps to go. For about 50 minutes, I reckon. Is how long we've got left. Around 50 minutes. This Honda's going to be... Oh, they're backmarkers, that's alright then. Where are they? I think one of them is, but like two of them are the race leaders, or the pack. Missed it there. So I can put in 2 laps less of fuel at the stop and then finish the race on fumes. Let's spin it on the curb. Saved it, it was close to going out, very close to going out. Just a case of keeping it together for the last 27 and a bit laps. It's 5 hours. But the Ferrari, yeah, the Ferrari's got into second. Those 3 are second, third, and fourth. If we make a mistake, we're done. Seagate AI going to have their way with us yet again this month on Dragon Trail Seaside. It's kind of like, what is it now, 175 nearly. Last 25, start to kind of think how the race could end, how it is going to end. We're in a battle with 3 of them. This will be a tough one, I think, to win. Oh, that was mighty. That was close. A big thanks to Carolina Red for subscribing to the channel. Much appreciated. Welcome to the channel. Yeah, but whoa, right, Honda's gone in. Honda's gone in. Lap 176, the Honda is in. These two. They were battling now. But the Honda has gone in. Curb. No. Blind, that was nearly it. It's nearly a goner. Almost killed the race on lap 177 out of 200. They're going for it in the Hurricane. should still be, yeah, put this fuel in. Pit stop. Oh, she's kind of there. Watch it. Right, in we go. The last stop. Well, they're coming in as well. Right, this should be the last stop of the race. Hello, Madela. Welcome into the stream. Thanks for tuning in. Hope all is well. Right. Good at GT7, thanks for that, appreciate it. There's many people better than me at GT7. Right. That's it. Got 20 laps of fuel, so we should be finishing just as the tank runs out. They've both got out in front, but we can take them on the track. So 20 laps sprint race now to the finish. Not going in the pits anymore. It's getting held up. I'm not happy about that. So the Super was going to pit then, it would have been absolutely done in. Right, let's keep it going now. All we can do, 5.25 hours of racing. I'm not losing to Sophy this month. Back then. I can maybe lose to Sophy once every other month, but not twice in a row. Not happening today, as far as I'm concerned. I don't know what they did at Road Atlanta. It almost felt as if that Audi that won the race skipped the last pit stop. Not looking at that. 35.1. Get out of there, Sophy, honestly. You're in a Group 2 car in disguise if you're doing that kind of time round here, and in a Group 3 car. It's not possible. All the McLaren. Smiles all around, but yeah, you realise now you've got to be behind the Mercedes. Or McLaren. I think the McLaren could be in this as well, but there's the two main contenders. That's McLaren. Try to force them offline a bit. Get past the Mercedes quick. They can now block those guys for me. That was close. That was... I mean, that's the closest we've had on my monitor. That was pushing it. That was really... That was really pushing it on my screen. We were seriously pushing it just then. All there. They're all there waiting for us to make a mistake. Right, 15 laps to go. 5:19, that is roughly 20 minutes. About 20 minutes to go. McLaren's going in. that. But those two are going to be right with us all the way to the end. Got enough fuel. Was close. In fact, that wasn't close. That was a hit into the wall. That's 5 in total we've had. Right, 10 laps left. And it's going to go all the way to the checkered flag. It's kind of static at the minute, isn't it? Half a second. About 5.5 hours. Right, this is it now. Not got to lap 195 of a 200 lap race to lose to Sophy AI. Not again. In 5 hours and 34 minutes. Not again. They may beat us some other time, but today is not the day. We've got 6 laps left of this race. One mistake, and that'll be it. That is all Sophy needs to take it from us. Got effectively just over a daily race B round here remaining. Everything's fine. Everything's where it needs to be. Got some traffic in front now. 1.6. We're catching traffic though in front. I don't know if that's gonna, oh, I don't know if that's gonna impact it or not. Depends how nice they're willing to be. At the minute, doing all the right things on our part. I'm 97. Nearly there. Right, 3 laps of this race is left. 3 more laps to hang on. We are catching the traffic in front now. That's the problem that we've got at the minute. There's quite a few of them. No safe because of blue flags. Quite a problem there. They're getting very close. Two laps to go. 5 hours, 41 minutes. Are we going to lose again to Sophy AI? I really hope we don't. We're very close. We can see the name tags on those cars. That means we're getting almost too close to them. That doesn't give me much confidence, to be honest, those facial expressions, it really doesn't. We have got fuel absolutely fine, everything's fine, we just need to finish the race off now. I'm going to look for it though behind. Tyre wear in the equation as well. Very, I can't call it, I honestly can't call it. We're about to start the last lap. This could go anyway, literally anyway. I can't call it. I wouldn't even know where to start in terms of calling this one right now. Just looking for it though. Oh, we're right in the traffic. Blocking me. They're blocking me in front. Well, that's tough, Subaru. You're just going to have to do whatever because I'm going through. I've got to. I've got to go through. Do what you want, Subaru. Hold up the Ferrari. Bring it home, that's it, one. It's going to be mighty. A mighty, mighty finish to this race. Just keep it where we are. You can do what you want, guys, in front. It's not going to change what I'm going to do. And that is pass you. Get near you. Go on, go on. Oh, the Ferrari's gaining. Look at this far, just come on. Oh, the Subaru sent it though. That could have saved us. We're clear. One of them's backed out, gone in the pit lane for whatever reason, but there it is. Oh, we've done it. Victory on Dragon Trail Seaside. What a finish. What a finish against Sophy. What a race. We took out the win. Extraordinary finish to that race against the Sophy AI. Hey up, Kev, welcome into the stream. Back to tuning in, just captured us. Absolute drama on that last lap against the Sophy AI. Goodness me, well there it is, half a second winning against the Sophy AI. Crazy, crazy race. Yeah, thanks Kevin, one for the GGs, one for the 200 GGs, much appreciated. And you made it as well, 3% battery. Oh, blimey. The results then of that race. Quite amazing, really. Winning the race, winning a near 6-hour race by half a second. The Hurricane was 6/10 back. But where did the NSX go? NSX was P5 in the end. 47 seconds behind. I told you Sophy changes who's at the front and who drops back as and when. So in the end, it was the Ferrari and the Hurricane that came into it. They ran us. That was serious concentration to finish that race. And again, a stupid fast lap of 135.1 on lap 166. Hello, Jason. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate it. Great job. Appreciate it. Tough race, but we got the job done at Dragon Trail Seaside. I'm going to say that's a driving marathon done for today. That's several driving marathons done for today. What I'll do is I'll get the we'll get the results of the race like that. Oh, blimey. Quite enjoyed that, to be fair. It's a good race. It's a good track to do, Dragon Trail. Quite enjoyed it. And in the end, we had 82% who said we could beat Sophy AI, and it turns out we did only just on this occasion beat Sophy, but it's the job is done. I think the car's due an oil change. We'll do it anyway. Right, change the oil. In the GT Auto. Oh, yeah, oh. We'll put an engine in it as well. Right. I did save the replay, but the replays are too big. They're far too big to store. If I save the replay, it will cause so many problems on the game with like storage and whatnot. It's just not worth saving the replays of these 200s. They're absolutely massive. But I will fit a new engine into the car then. Do that one as well, definitely. We had a right few bumps and whatnot in that. The first 10 laps, that was almost by, I'm going to restart the race at this rate. It was that bad. I got taken out by Sophy, not once but twice. I don't know. Sophy's tough, but good fun to race against. Oh, price spin as well. We'll do the price spin for today as well. I mean, it's a 3-star roulette ticket for 6 hours nearly of racing, but you know, it's a roulette ticket. Nevertheless, it's a roulette ticket. Again, it's 5,000 credits. It's not the best, is it? But it's 5,000 credits, nevertheless. We got like 706,000 for doing the race, so not bad. About 750,000 nearly for today. But that is it from us then for today and this month's... Oh, my neck. My neck goes a bit when you do these races. That is it from us for today and this month's 200 lap race. And I say, overall, enjoyed that one this week on Dragon Trail Seaside. We very nearly lost it, but held on. And yeah, we got the job done on Dragon Trail Seaside. Big thanks for tuning in today. Hope you enjoyed it. If you're new to the channel, do feel free to like and subscribe for more. There will be a 200 every month on the channel, all being well. So next month, not too sure because it's the Expo, isn't it? So the Expo, I believe, is on the weekend that I was going to do the 200. So look at calendar. So it'll have to be probably the week after the Expo, because that'll be the last weekend in October, won't it? Yes, the 25th, 26th for that. And one big massive thanks for the €50. Absolute hero. Much, much appreciated. absolute legend. A big thanks for your support today. As always, massively appreciated. Fun for Dortmund again. Do appreciate it, one. Absolute hero. What a legend. Absolute hero on the channel. And yeah, cheers, Kev, as well. Appreciate it as well. Oh, what a day. What a day of it. Well, normally on Saturday evenings, I come in here and do a bit of ETS2, but I'm not too sure I'm going to be doing that tonight. I think I'll be sat on the sofa tonight with a bit of Netflix on, I think, as opposed to coming back in here. I might come in here tomorrow. Well, yeah, we'll see. I might come back in here tomorrow. We'll see. But that's it from us for today. Big thanks, as always, for tuning in. Much appreciated. Do like, do subscribe if you're new to the channel, and do take care. Big, massive thanks again for the support as well. Absolute heroes, absolute legends, massively appreciated. And I don't think anybody's on during the day, is it? Saturday afternoon. What we got on Saturday afternoon? Nah, no one's about. Never mind. In that case, the stream will just finish. And that'll be it. Nobody's about. We can't raid anybody this afternoon. No worries. Not to worry. Yes, Kev, I should be there. All being well. Yeah, because normally I boot BTS2, but I don't think I'll be coming back in here today. So, yeah, just sit on the sofa with a bit of Netflix. So, yeah, I'll catch you a bit later on, Kev. Anyone else who's popping into Kev's Karaoke as well, I'll probably very likely be in there a bit later on. But I think I'm going to... I'll go for a walk, I think. Shake my legs out a bit after this race. And we'll pop back on later and see what's occurring. So again, big thanks for tuning in. Big thanks again for the support. Absolute heroes, absolute legends. Do like, do subscribe, and do take care. And I'll see you very likely next week for the new dailies. Bye.